Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Test 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Test 1 2. And good afternoon and welcome to Case Western Reserve University in Nobby's Ballpark in Cleveland, Ohio for the final game of the four-game series between Case Western Reserve University and Washington University here on a beautiful Sunday morning. Temperatures probably right about 60-something, maybe almost 70 degrees outside. The sun peeking through some clouds, and we have a great day for baseball here today. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Schwartz, bringing you play-by-play coverage of today's game between the Spartans and the Bears. Case Western Reserve winning the first and third game of the series and trying to lock up a series win. It would be their fourth win in as many series this year in conference play. In the meantime, WashU comes in with a 24-14-1 record, 8-6-1 in the UAA, currently sitting in third place. While Case Western Reserve 29-9, trying to get to the 30-win mark. And if they do, it would be the first time the team has reached 30 wins since, I believe, 2014. So, again, a big number for the Spartans did here. The team's winningest regular seasons in program history. They went 29-10 in 2018, 30-10 in 2014, and 30-13 in 2011. So, again, a chance to get to that 30-win mark as we get set to get going here momentarily. Let's go ahead and get you the batting order, beginning with Washington University. Magnus Dunn, the center fielder, leading things off. He'll be followed by Harry Moderer, the first baseman, and then Clayton Miller, the second baseman, hitting third. Sam Polk, the right fielder, in the cleanup spot. He'll be followed by Evan Minorovic in the 5 spot in the order. He'll be playing third base. Connor Lindsay hit 2 home runs in the second game yesterday. He'll hit 6th. Zach Malice, the left fielder, bats 7th. Jack Miller, the designated hitter, batting 8th. And Anthony Aquali, the shortstop, will bat 9th, rounding out the lineup. It's Miles Kemmel Labrador on the mound. We'll tell you more about him in the bottom of the inning when he comes out and takes the hill. Defensively for the Spartans in this one, first baseman is Dane Camphausen. Second baseman is Josiah Harris getting the start today. Shortstop will be Franco Alonso, and the third baseman is James Powers. In the outfield, left fielder will be Tyler Stilson, center fielder Logan Andraco. The right fielder is Nick Harms, and getting the start on the mound, well, I should say catching today is Jack Anderson, and getting the start on the mound is the junior Jackson Brewer, who has been very good this season, just making his second start of the year, though, and we'll see how he does today. Brewer 3-0 on the year with a 3.86 ERA through 13 appearances. He has made one start that came during the team's final game of the trip to South Carolina and pitched well in that one. Overall in the year, he's allowed 44 hits in 37 1/3 innings for a 2.95 ERA. He has struck out 38 and walked just 7 this year, and will start things off against Magnus Dunn, the center fielder for WashU, who swings and grounds the first one to third base. Powers has it. His throw to first gets the Speedy Dunn by a couple of steps, and there is one pitch and one out here to begin the day. So a quick out for Jackson Brewer. And that will bring Harry Moderer to the plate. A little bit of a different lineup for WashU in their final game of the season. I believe head coach Pat Bloom trying to get some different faces in there in what might be the last collegiate game for a number of players. As that one grounded to second base. Harris will get his first chance, throws over to first, and that'll be the second out of the inning. So a couple ground outs for Jackson Brewer, 2 away here in the first, and that'll bring Clayton Miller to the plate. Miller hitting at .348 overall, 5 home runs to lead all WashU players. He's also leading the team with 33 runs batted in. Miller, for the series, batting at .333, fouls back the first pitch, and the count goes to 0-1. He has a home run, 3 RBIs in the 3 games. The 0-1 pitch. On the inside corner for a strike, and it's 0-2. Brewer has come out. He's thrown 5 pitches, all of them in the strike zone. So far, so good for Jackson Brewer, who is a strike away from working a 1-2-3 first. Brewer comes set, working from the stretch with the bases empty. Here's his 0-2. And he skips one in the dirt. Miller doesn't chase, and the count goes to 1-2. It is just a perfect day for baseball outside today. A little bit of cloud cover, but no rain as Brewer rocks and delivers. Swung on, pop foul and out of play. Count stays at 1-2. Spartans opting to go with Jackson Brewer on the mound for the start today. As that misses down and out for a ball, 2-2. And it might be a role we see Jackson in as the team moves into NCAA tournament play. Swing and a miss at the changeup, strike 3, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Brewer in the first. So 2 groundouts and a strikeout. Jackson Brewer, a very efficient first inning of work, and we'll move to the bottom of the first in a scoreless game. Let's go ahead and get you the batting order for Case Western Reserve University. It'll be similar to what we've seen the last few days. Leading off and playing center field is Logan Andraco. Batting second is Jack Anderson. Hitting third is James Powers, and then Nick Harms, the right fielder, bats fourth. Dane Camphausen playing first base and batting fifth. Franco Alonso, the shortstop, in the sixth spot. Zach Carinci batting seventh and will be the DH today. Tyler Stilson, the left fielder, hits eighth. And then Josiah Harris, who came into the game yesterday and ended up getting 2 hits, he'll bat ninth. Defensively for WashU over at first base, Harry Moderer. Second baseman is Clayton Miller. The shortstop is Anthony Aquali. And the third baseman is Evan Minarvik. In left field, Zach Malice. Center fielder, Magnus Dunn. Right fielder, Sam Polk. Doing the catching is Connor Lindsay, and pitching to him will be Miles Kemmel Labrador. Kemmel Labrador with a 1-2 record on the year and a 7.45 ERA. He's made 13 appearances, including 7 starts, and has gone 38 2/3 innings, giving up 52 hits for a .315 opponent's average. He has struck out 40 and walked 19 on the season. Kemmel Labrador out of Honolulu, Hawaii. He's a sophomore. 6 foot tall, 180 pounds. The righty attended Mary Knoll High School. He'll continue his warm-ups here. And the Spartans looking to pick up a series win. If they do, they will have won all 4 series in UAA play. They also have a chance to match the record for most wins in a UAA season. That record currently held by Emory. They went 13-2 last year. Again, lost 1 game to weather, but the Spartans can match that with a win here today. Kemmel Labrador will finish his warm-ups. Last year, Kemmel Labrador pitched 1 inning against the Spartans, gave up 3 runs, 2 of them earned on 2 hits and a walk, struck out 1 batter, that on March 26th of last year. So almost 13 months to the day.
Leading off this inning for the Spartans, center fielder, number 7, Logan Andraco.
He's coming off a start last week, in fact, a week ago today against Brandeis, went 5 innings, gave up 5 runs on 8 hits, struck out 4, did not walk a batter against Brandeis, but that was that game last weekend for WashU as Logan Andraco stands in. The Bears were losing in that one and then scored 6 runs in the top of the 9th to win the game. Logan Andraco at the plate, hitting at .358 on the season. He's had a great series. Takes that one up and out for a ball. Andraco 6 of 12 so far with 2 doubles and a triple. He's driven in 4, scored 3 this weekend. He's also walked 3 times, so his on-base percentage at .600 for the last couple days. He hits that one in the air, deep towards left field, back at the wall, and it's off the warning track. And it's going to be another extra base hit for Andreyko, who trots in at second base with a leadoff double. Well, Logan really starting to heat up again, and coinciding, I think, and probably not by accident, with him going a little bit more this weekend to the opposite field. Good to see for Logan. He drove that one well. Didn't miss an opposite field home run by much. And so now Jack Anderson will be the batter. Anderson's had himself a nice weekend as well. 7 for 12 at the plate. He's driven in 6. An RBI opportunity here as that one goes off the glove of the second baseman into center field for a base hit. Coming in to score is Logan Andreyko. And 4 pitches and 2 batters into the game, the Spartans take a 1-0 lead. So on back-to-back pitches, a double by Andreyko, a single by Anderson. The Spartans lead 1-0, and let's see if the Spartans put Jack Anderson in motion here. By the way, for Jack, his 32nd RBI of the season. Now Kemmel Labrador, and that one swung on, almost takes off Jack Anderson's head as he will put the brakes on, trot into second base. It's a single for James Powers, and that's 3 straight pitches that the Spartans have picked up hits on, and there'll be 2 on and nobody out for Nick Harms. Well, Harms, who has always had a propensity for lighting up WashU, did so in the game yesterday. Harms hit 2 home runs against the Bears, and one of them was about the furthest ball I've ever seen hit in person. Not by a Division III hitter, but by any hitter. Harms hit one that had to be an easy 475 feet yesterday. He takes a big cut of that one and fouls it off. I spoke to Nick after the game, and Nick said that was the furthest ball he's ever hit. But the ball ended up, and again, I don't know how well you could see it, but if you're looking at your video screen, there's that the end of those houses, and then there's a little space between the scoreboard. As a swing and a miss at a changeup there, 0-2. There's kind of a grassy alley between that's over on the other side of 118th Street. That's where they had to go to retrieve the baseball. It was his 12th home run of the season. That ties the program record, currently held as well by Dane Camphausen, who's out on deck. Fastball misses in, and it's 1-2. For Harms, that was his 9th career home run in 11 games against his hometown team, WashU, where his father is currently a professor. He faces a 1-2 pitch from Kemmel Labrador, and he swings and misses at a good changeup for strike 3. That changeup is a weapon for Kemmel Labrador. If he can keep locating that off that outside corner to lefties, that'll be dangerous. So a big first out for Kemmel Labrador, who might have stopped the bleeding a little bit, but now he'll face Dane Camphausen, who'll bat here with 2 on. And Camphausen hitting a .391 on the year, 12 home runs, 52 runs batted in, and takes that pitch up and in, 1-0. Now the 1-0 pitch. Camphausen continuing his fantastic season. Takes that up high, 2-0. Dane, I was going to say it feels like it's been a bit of a slow weekend for Dane, but Dane's hitting at .455 on the series. 5 for 11, 1 double, 4 RBIs. Probably a front runner for UAA Player of the Year. And he hits that in the air, foul, and the count goes to 2-1. Two and 1 the count, 1 away, 1-0 the score. And that one lined, and it's down for a base hit. Anderson waved around third. He'll come in to score. 53rd RBI of the season for Camphausen. Getting to third base on the play is Powers, and the Spartans now lead 2-0. So the Spartans, much like they did in the first game of the series, jumping all over the Bears early here. Four hits among the first five batters, and now Franco Alonso steps up looking to keep the line moving. Alonso hitting a .320 on the year. And he takes the pitch on the outside corner for a strike, 0-1. Four hits so far for the Spartans. Action in the WashU bullpen. As the 0-1 from Kemmel Labrador on the way. And a swing and a miss. He's got a good changeup. And that pitch has given the Spartan hitters a little bit of trouble so far today, despite the four hits that he's allowed. The 0-2 on the way with runners on the corners, well outside with the fastball, 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And on the outside corner, called strike three. That's a good pitch there by Kemmel Labrador, who caught Alonso, I think, guessing changeup there and snuck the fastball by him on that outside corner. Well-executed pitch, and there's two gone. So that brings Zach Carinci to the plate, looking to add on to the lead with first and third and now two outs. And the first pitch fastball misses a little high, 1-0. And breaking ball, and it hits Carinci. And so that will load the bases up for Tyler Stilson. Stilson a chance to do some damage here. The first year is hitting at .329 on the year. 3 home runs, 18 runs batted in. See what he could do here. Stilson awaits the first pitch from Kemmel Labrador. A chance to put a real exclamation point on the first inning as the first pitch fastball is a called strike, 0-1. Now the 0-1. In the air, deep towards right. Over to get it is Polk. He puts it away for the out, and Kemmel Labrador escapes further damage in the inning. He allows 2 runs on 4 hits, RBI base hits for Anderson and Camphausen, and the Spartans will head into the second with a 2-0 lead. Due up this inning for WashU, Polk, Minarvik, and Lindsay against Brewer when we return. First pitch on the way from Jackson Brewer, grounded to second. Another chance for Harris, who throws on to first to get the out. And Polk, who we've seen be aggressive swinging at the first pitch so far this series, swings at another first one. And it's been a quick first 4 outs here for Jackson Brewer, who has thrown just 10 pitches, 8 of them for strikes so far. So WashU in their final game of the season coming out aggressive against Brewer. And so far so good for Jackson, who now works with a 2-0 lead. Brewer dats the outside corner against the graduate student from Northwestern, Evan Minarvik, for strike one. Ground ball hit to short. Throw from Alonso high, but Dane Camphausen is able to field it for the out. And there's 2 gone. So 2 outs, and now Connor Lindsay will be the batter. Lindsay had himself a day yesterday. He got his first start of the series in the second game of the doubleheader, and all he did was hit 2 home runs and a double. He finished the game 3 for 3 with 3 runs and 2 RBIs. He scored all 3 runs in the game for the Bears. And he grounds that one to short. Alonso charges, throws, and it's another quick inning for Brewer. So Brewer now has thrown 14 pitches to get the first 6 outs of the game, retiring the side in order for the second straight inning. Great start for Jackson in just his second start of the year. And we'll be back in just a minute as Case Western Reserve coming up to bat with a 2-0 lead. It'll be the 9-1 and 2 hitters, Harris and Draco and Anderson, when we return. Welcome back once again as Josiah Harris leading things off and takes a called strike from Kemmel Labrador. And the count goes to 0-1 on Harris, who was back with the Spartans yesterday after missing some time and came out to pretty good appearance for him. He came off the bench in the game and went 2 for 4 with a double and a run scored. So again, said it yesterday, if Josiah Harris could get back into form, it's just another solid addition for this team. Only 2 games left before the team hits what they believe at least will be a berth into the NCAA tournament. But you can see Coach Englander playing with a few different ideas in the last couple games. Called strike brings count to 2-2 on Harris. I think he wants to see Harris in action probably these last 2 games. He wants to probably see what Alonso can do at short. Make sure he's solid defensively there. Same thing with Harris at second as that misses outside with the changeup. Full count 3-2. And you're even seeing it on the mound today with Jackson Brewer getting the start. And I think Coach Englander toying with the idea of moving Brewer into the rotation potentially. Ball 4 to Harris, and he'll be on at first after drawing the walk. So leadoff man on for the Spartans. And that'll bring Logan Andreyko to the plate with nobody out. Andreyko doubled and scored a run to lead the game off, getting his second at bat against Kemo Labrador. And he can't hold up on the pitch down and in, and the count goes to 0-1 on the swing and miss. Now the 0-1. Throw down to first instead. Diving back in is Harris. Harris has attempted just one steal this season. He was successful on it. But he has good speed, was one of the team's leaders in stolen bases last year. Looks runnerish at first here. Not going, at least as the throw comes over. But Harris just looks like he's about to run. At first, he's kind of rocking back and forth. Not going there is the pitch out. And, you know, you look at Harris and, you know, I think you might be saying to yourself, hey, like, maybe that's a little bit of a decoy there. He's trying to, you know, deke the pitcher into the WashU defense into thinking he's going to run. And he forced the pitch out there. He's going now. Nope, start and stop. And Draco swings and misses. And that's the downside to that, because I think Andreyko there was protecting Harris, who started to go and then stopped. And you wonder now if we'll see what he's doing. He's a little bit more still at first now. As the 1-2 on the way to Andreyko. Harris not going. The pitch is up and out for a ball. 2-2. But, you know, for a guy who only has one steal on the season, I think a lot of how Kemo Labrador has approached this at bat with Andreyko at the plate and Harris at first has been his concern over Harris at first base. Swing and a miss, and that's strike three. And so Andreyko down swinging. Third strikeout of the game for Kemo Labrador. And there's one away now for Jack Anderson. Anderson now hitting at .400 on the season after his first inning single. That drove a run in. Pickoff attempt at first, not in time. There goes Harris. Pitch taken for a ball, throw down to second, and it's in time. Miller applied the tag. Harris caught stealing. And there's 2 outs in the inning. It's a 1-0 count on Anderson to the plate now with the bases empty. Here's the pitch to Jack. And it's up high, ball 2-0. Tell you, Connor Lindsay behind the plate for WashU is having himself a tremendous weekend. And again, limited appearances, but he has looked good defensively and with the plate. That one foul back, and the count goes to 2-1 on Anderson. And that one called a strike on the lower outside corner, and the count evens 2-2. Two and two count, 2 away, bases empty for the Spartans, who lead 2-0 in the bottom of the second. And Anderson swings, and the catch is made for the out by the third baseman, Minarvik. A tremendous grab to take a hit away from Jack Anderson. And that will end the second. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on. And we'll move to the third. 2-0 Case Western Reserve. Bottom of the order for WashU. Malice Miller and Aquali when we come back. Zach Malice set to lead things off. It'll be Malice, Miller, and Aquali this inning for the Bears. Malice getting his first start of the series, the senior. 0 for 1 in the series so far. Just one plate appearance. And takes the first pitch down low for a ball from Brewer, who has retired the first 6 batters he's faced, 5 of those on ground balls. He's thrown just 14 pitches through the first 2 innings. That ball lifted in the air, deep towards center, but lining it up is Andraco. And no, he can't get to it. It gets over his head and bounces off the warning track. Headed for third is going to be Malice. And he pulls into third base. That'll be an error on the center fielder. No hit on that play.
Batting eighth, designated hitter number 12, Jack Miller.
And there's a runner at third base now, with nobody out. First pitch called a strike now. So WashU with their first base runner of the day, and that brings up Jack Miller, who's behind in the count 0-1. Miller, I believe, making his second appearance of the series. Swings and misses at that pitch, and the count goes to 0-2. Miller 1 for 1 in his only plate appearance. Again, appears Pat Bloom trying to get a lot of his seniors into the lineup today in their final game of the season. The 0-2 from Brewer, and a swing and a miss, strike 3. So Miller down swinging, second strikeout of the game for Brewer.
Batting ninth, shortstop number 33, Anthony Aquali.
Now bring up Anthony Aquali. Aquali, the shortstop. We saw him start the first game of the series at second base. Today he'll get the start at short in place of Shane Pellegrino. And he hits that in the air down into left field for a base hit. And that'll bring across Malice for the first run of the game for the Bears. And Magnus Dunn will now come to the plate, the leadoff hitter for WashU, with 1 out and a runner at first. Dunn grounded out to third base in his first at bat. Good speed out of the left-handed batter's box for Dunn. Squares to bunt and bunts it foul, and it's an 0-1 count. So Brewer, after cruising through the first 2 innings, hitting a bit more trouble with the bottom of the order here in the third. See if he can settle in, still working with a 1-run lead. Throw down to first, not in time. Runner goes, the pitch fouled away. We've seen WashU hit and run a lot this series. This is a well-coached WashU team. Here's the 0-2. Up high for a ball, 1-2. Dunn at the plate, hitting a .360 on the year. 0 for 1 in the game. Dunn didn't start the first game of the series. He started the next 3, though. Throw down to first, not in time. He's now batting at .500 on the weekend. 3 for 6 with a double and an RBI. Lead at first from Aquali. Another throw over, not in time. Aquali yet to attempt to steal this year. Brewer trying to keep him close, though, at first base. Here's the 1-2. Ground ball hit to short. Could be 2 if they hurry. Flip to second for 1. Throw to first, not in time. And they're going to say that the slide took out Harris at second. And let's see if we get an interference call here or not. The umpire in the field, Grant Hutchison, I think had his back to the play and was looking at first base by the time the ball went down there. And I think Matt Englander asking for clarification from home plate umpire Jeffrey Clifford. And it looks like the call will stand as is, so it goes a fielder's choice for Dunn. Qualley out at second, 6-4 on the putout. And so there's 2 gone in the inning. Dunn, the runner at first, a stolen base threat. He's stolen 15 bases on 18 attempts this year. He was caught stealing in yesterday's game. As that one grounded up the middle, Alonso with it, runs it to the bag himself, and the inning's over. So Martyr grounds out, and despite allowing an unearned run in the frame, Brewer maintains the Spartans' lead. A run on a hit for the Bears, 1 error and a man left on. We will move into the third. Heart of the order for the Spartans. Powers, Harms, and Camphausen due up when we come back. James Powers leading things off, takes the first pitch down and in, ball 1-0. Powers, Harms, and Camphausen to face Kemel Labrador, who gave up 2 runs on 4 hits in the first inning, but faced the minimum in the second despite issuing a walk. Powers had 1 of the 4 hits. He singled on a hard line drive through the right side of the infield his first time up. Nearly took out the base runner, Jack Anderson, while he was doing so. 1-1. That one hit deep but foul, and the count goes to 1-2 on Powers, who's hitting at .360 on the year. Powers now 5 for 15 for the weekend. And the count evens 2-2. We've seen Kemel Labrador use that changeup down and away to lefties so far today. That's been his out pitch to left-handed hitters. Let's see what he comes back with here. That's a fastball, and they'll call it a strike at the knees. So Powers down looking, not thrilled with that call. 4th strikeout of the game already for Kemel Labrador. And now Nick Harms, who was a strikeout victim his first time up, will step to the plate. Harms hitting at .295 on the season. He's got 12 home runs, 50 runs batted in. Harms now 4 for 13 this weekend. With those 2 home runs, he's driven in 3. Takes the first pitch outside for a ball, 1-0. Sky's getting a little more ominous outside right now. Some thicker clouds moving in. Harms holds up there, and the count goes to 2-0. Doesn't appear to be any rain in the forecast for today, but you never know. Coming off the lake, you might get a Couple showers here or there. Harms fouls the 2-0 pitch back. We've seen the Spartans, and it's really all year long, but when they get ahead in the count 2-0, just pin their ears back and take a big cut at that 2-0 pitch. 2-1 now. And that one grounded back up towards the middle. Kemmel Labrador with it, throws to first to get it. Boy, that is one of those where if you're Kemmel Labrador, it's a hard hit ball back up the middle. You just stick your glove out and hope it finds the baseball, and it did there. So good job by Kemmel Labrador, not only to knock it down, but to recover quickly enough to pick up the baseball and throw out. Harms headed to first, and so now 2 gone for Dane Camphausen, who's 1 for 1 with an RBI single. First pitch to Camphausen, and he takes a breaking ball for a strike, 0-1. With that RBI single, Camphausen now with a team-high 53 RBIs on the season. He's hitting at .396. And he hits that in the air deep towards right center field, but the park will hold it along the warning track. Center fielder Magnus Dunn comes over and makes the catch, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Kemmel Labrador as we move along into the 4th. 2-1, Case Western Reserve leading, due up this inning for the Bears. It will be the heart of their order, Miller, Polk, and Menarvik, when we return. Clayton Miller, the 3-hitter, lead things off here for the Bears in their half of the 4th inning. It'll be Miller, Polk, and Menarvik. To get things going for WashU. First pitch swinging, grounded through the left side for a base hit for Miller. So again, the Bears continuing to be aggressive. And it's starting to bear a little bit more fruit here as the game moves on. The team's 2nd hit. So 2 on now for Sam Polk, the right fielder. Polk has been incredibly aggressive at the plate, swinging the first pitch more often than not this series. He's hitting at .215 on the year. Polk now 2 for 10 over the course of the weekend. This is his 3rd start in the last 4 games. Lefty takes that on the outside corner for a strike, and it's 0-1. Runner at first, nobody out. And that ball rocketed in the air towards the gap in right center field, and it's down for a hit. And Draco comes over to cut it off, trying for second is Polk. He'll pull in safely. Stopping at third is Miller, but the Bears have the potential game-tying and go-ahead runners in scoring position after the double by Polk. And it will be their 5-hitter, Evan Menarvik, who will step up. With nobody out and a chance to give WashU the lead here in the 4th. See if Brewer can settle in. As Menarvik, who grounded out to short in his first at-bat, takes a called strike, 0-1. Spartans keeping the infield back here. So they'll trade a run to get the out at first. You see they're squeezed in a little bit at the corners. Has that one in the air towards right field, and Harms fields it on a hop. 1 run in to score. The throw from Harms comes all the way to the plate, but it's a game-tying RBI single for Minarvik. And all of a sudden, the Bears' bat's coming alive. That's the 3rd straight hit to start the 4th inning. It's now 1st and 3rd, nobody out. And Connor Lindsay will be the batter. Lindsay grounded out to short in his first at bat. Minarvik at first. 9 stolen bases on 10 attempts this season. We'll see if he's running here. Not going yet. It's the first pitch fastball up high, 1-0. And that will bring Steve Grunberg, the pitching coach for the Spartans, out to talk to Brewer here. Again, Brewer was very quick to retire the first 6 batters of the game. He's still thrown just 30 pitches in this one. 25 of them have been strikes, and he may be in a situation now where he's maybe a little bit too much in the strike zone, which is hard to say, but, you know, it's one of those where you can, you know, try to be a little bit less over the middle, and that is how Jackson Brewer pitches. He's a guy who's going to throw a lot of strikes, but, you know, out of his 30 pitches, 25 have been in the strike zone. Normally you're looking for about a 2-to-1 ratio, and Brewer about 5-to-1 right now in terms of strikes to balls. So WashU with a run in the 3rd, a run in the 4th. They've knotted the score at 2-2, each team with 4 hits. 1-0 offering. Down and out, ball 2, 2-0. Three and 0. Walk here would load the bases with Zach Malice out on deck. And you can see, I think, Brewer trying to get Lindsay to fish a little bit more here, so he has come back with some pitches out of the zone. But Lindsay not biting yet. Is the 3-0. He squares to bunt, pulls it back, and takes a strike. And the count goes to 3-1. Action in the Spartans' bullpen. That will be Kyle Geerding, who's gotten up out there and will begin to throw. Swing and a miss. The fastball in the outside corner. Full count 3-2. We'll see if Minarvik's running here 3-2. And nobody out. Throw down to first. Minarvik not far enough off as he dives back in ahead of the throw. Infield back for the Spartans. They'll trade a run for at least 1, maybe 2 outs here. 3-2 on the way from Brewer. Runner goes. The pitch swung on, lift in the air, deep towards center field. Long run back for Andraco. Still going back, and he makes the catch. Tagging from third and coming into score is Polk, but a good job by Andraco there to track that one down. He had to cover a lot of ground to get there, but that is a big first out in the inning, despite the run scoring. For Lindsay, it'll go as a sacrifice fly and an RBI, his 13th run bat in of the season. Minarvik stays at first, and he'll be there now with 1 away. And the batter will be Zach Malice, the left fielder. Malice reached on an error on a ball hit to deep center field that Andraco appeared to have tracked down, but it carried a bit over his head, but again, one he should have had. Pickoff attempt down at first, and not in time. 0-1 the count at the plate. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball right there for a strike, 0-2. And swing and a miss. I thought that was strike 3. And instead strike 2 there, so 1-2 now the count. And that one in the dirt, gets away, and moving up to second base is Minarvik. Two on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So Malice down swinging. Third strikeout of the game for Brewer. Second out of the inning, and now a chance to get out of the frame without any further damage, as Jack Miller will come to the plate. Miller hitting a 160 on the year, 0 for 1 in the game with a strikeout. This is down and in. It's 1-0. Brewer trying to settle in. The junior out of Greenville, South Carolina, delivers his 1-0. And a called strike, 1-1. Just off that outer corner, 2-1. Anderson did a good job trying to frame that one up, but doesn't get the call, so it's a 2-1 count. Do one pitch. Another one misses outside, 3-1. Inside corner with that one, 3-2, full count. So full count now on Miller at the plate with a runner at second and 2 away. Bears now leading 3-2 over Case Western Reserve. Brewer comes set. Here's his 3-2 offering. And a liner into right field. That's a base hit. Rounding the corner at third is Minarvik. He'll come in to score, and the Bears have 3 across in the inning and now lead 4-2. So Miller with the RBI single. That's his 3rd RBI of the year. 4th hit of the inning for the Bears, and now the 9-hitter Anthony Aquali will be the batter. Aquali, an RBI single in his first at bat. He's now hitting a .227 on the year. He's got 5 runs batted in. Has a runner at first here and 2 away. Runner goes. The pitch swung on and grounded, and that's a base hit. Going to third is Miller. And the Bears continue to rack up hits in the inning against Jackson Brewer, and we'll see how much longer Brewer is in this game for, and the answer is not very much longer at all. Matt Englander coming out, I believe, to make the pitching change here with Kyle Geerding ready in the bullpen. Top of the order for the Bears with Dunn due up and runners on the corners and 2 away. We'll see if Englander takes the ball. He will. And we'll get the pitching change. We'll be back in just a minute. Case Western Reserve trailing WashU 4-2 when we come back. Kyle Geerding out on the mound for Case Western Reserve. It's a 4-2 game, and runners on the corners for the Bears as they look to add on here. Geerding, the junior out of Cincinnati, Ohio, Anderson High School. Kyle has pitched better as of late. He's now 1-2 on the season with an ERA of 7 in his first pitch. Misses outside to Magnus, done for a ball, 1-0. Done 0 for 2. He's grounded out twice today. And fouls that pitch off, 1-1. Again, for Geerding, it was a tough start to the year, although did have his good first start against Washington Jefferson. Things spiraled down from there after that for Geerding. But he's taken this role out of the bullpen and has done a pretty good job with it. Now 1-2, and he's going to pitch some big innings here today. The Spartans will have to come from behind in this one. They trail 4-2. Geerding, 24 1/3 innings. He's given up 33 hits, 23 runs, 18 strikeouts, 6 walks for Geerding. Well outside there, overthrew that one a little bit as he reared back and tried to burn a fastball in there. Opponents hitting .317 against Geerding this season. But again, all those numbers coming down a little bit over the course of the last month or so. Runner goes from first. The pitch fouled back by Dunn, who does a good job staying alive. Mentioned this with Dunn before. He's just a pesky hitter at the plate. And really good, especially with 2 strikes. It's shortening that swing, just trying to get a bat on the ball. Another 2-2 pitch on the way. Outside for a ball. They called, I don't know what they did there. Wasn't a balk because the runner from third would have come in. I think it's just a steal for a quali. So 3-2 on the way. First base now open. And a swing and a miss. Strike 3. So Geerding works out of trouble with a strikeout to end the fourth, but the Bears send 8 batters to the plate. They score 3 runs on 5 hits, and they take a 4-2 lead over Case Western Reserve. Spartans will look to answer back. It'll be Alonzo, Carinci, and Stilson due up when we return. 4-2, WashU. Welcome back once again. Is Franco Alonso will be the batter. A little clarification on that stolen base at the end of last inning. So I guess a design play there by WashU and the, essentially baiting a throw down to second base to try to get that run across. As the first pitch to Franco Alonso misses up high from Kemo Labrador, who has really settled in nicely. He's faced the minimum over the last 2 innings and has a 4-2 lead now as the Spartans and the Bears begin the fourth, bottom of the fourth. Alonso holds on that one. It's 2-0. So the goal of that play and the runner going to second on that play, Aquali, was essentially trying to draw the throw. And, you know, the way that you defend that play is by ignoring it, essentially. You cede the base and keep the runner at third. That one hit a long way by Alonso, but fouling out of play, 0-1. Or 2-1, excuse me. Alonso 0 for 1 in the game. Struck out looking on a pitch off the outside corner his first time up. Kemo Labrador snuck a fastball by him when I think Alonso was thinking changeup in his first at bat. Dots that outside corner again, and it's 2-2. Well, I think if you're Alonso here, you've got to protect that lower outside corner. Seen Kemo Labrador try to pick that off a few times. That one he hung over the middle, and it's hit a long way by Alonso, deep towards left center field, and that is gone. A long home run for Franco Alonso to the right of the 375 mark, and he leads off the fourth inning with his 4th home run of the season. So Franco Alonso, the graduate transfer from Cornell, gets the Spartans back in this one. It's now 4-3, and Zach Carinci will be the batter. Carinci was hit by a pitch in his first at bat and cranks that one foul and out of play. Carinci hitting at .315 on the season. Struggling this weekend, he's just 2 for 12. And he went around there, 0-2 the count. So the Spartans back within a run. After WashU scored 3 to take a 4-2 lead in the top of the inning. 1 here so far in the fourth. 0-2 pitch to Carinci. And a little outside, 1-2. I'll tell you, I really like Lindsey behind the plate for WashU. He does a good job framing pitches. Good defensively. We've seen him throw runners out. He's had a great weekend at the plate. And there, that one right on that outside corner for strike 3. So Carinci goes down looking, and now Tyler Stilson will be the batter. Stilson came to bat with the bases loaded in the first inning and 2 away and flew out to right field. Breaking pitch outside to Stilson. It's 1-0. Tyler now hitting at .326 during his freshman season. Seems to have found a home in left field for the Spartans. Pitch taken down low. Stilson holds up, and it's 2-0. So we've seen a propensity for the Spartans to take a pretty good cut at 2-0 pitches today. And we'll see if that holds true here for Stilson as well. He does, and it's singled, and it goes off the leg of the pitcher to second base, but Stilson will beat it out. That'll be an infield single.
Now batting second baseman number 1, Josiah Harris.
Kemo Labrador seems to be fine on that. Not much you could do there. That's a hard hit ball. It goes off of Kemo Labrador's leg and ricocheted actually probably one of the few spots in the infield that the Bears would have even had a shot to make a play on. And a good job by Miller, the second baseman, to make it close. But Stilson now on at first, 1 away as the Spartans have the potential tying run on the base paths. Harris squares to bunt, pulls it back and takes ball 1. Josiah Harris walked back in the second inning, hitting at .192 on the season. They'll defend heavily against the bunt here as Minarvik pulls in. Throw down to first, and Stilson just got back. That's one of those times at first base where you're the batter, you just can't get your feet underneath you when you dive back in, and Stilson, fortunately, just able to get that hand back in. I don't know that Harris is bunting here. They're defending him aggressively on the bunt. See if he could take advantage. And again, Stilson diving in. Well, I've said this before about the Bears. They do a fantastic job on the mound with those pickoff moves to first. Their pitchers tend to be very quick on that pickoff move. It's caught the Spartans a few times. Josiah not bunting, and that one swung on and grounded back up the middle for a base hit. It was a hit and run with Stilson going. It pulled the second baseman Miller to the bag to cover, and Harris, a good job of situational hitting, hit it just past the second baseman Miller. And going to third on the play is Stilson, representing the potential game-tying run with Logan Andreyko coming to the plate. Oh, Harris with his third hit of the series. Fourth time now he's been on base in the last two games. Third hit of the inning for the Spartans, who trail by one, but a chance for Andreyko to even the score with a base hit. Logan 1 for 2 in the game. He doubled in the first, struck out swinging in the second. And he takes a swing and a miss at that one, and it's 0-1. Here's the 0-1 to Andreyko. Throw down to first, and diving back in is Harris. Mentioned when he was on base in the second inning that the Bears paid a lot of attention to Harris, and with good cause. He was eventually thrown out trying to steal second. Outside, brings the count to 1-1. Stilson leads from third, Harris from first, Andreyko, a .359 hitter at the plate. Throw down to first, again not in time. Doing one. Miles Kemmel Labrador has done a nice job settling in after a rocky first inning, but in some trouble here in the fourth. He's allowed a run in already on a solo home run. He's got first and third with one away, and his team clinging to a one-run lead. It's 4-3. The Spartans have mustered 7 hits against Kemmel Labrador. And Andreyko looking for the team's 8th hit of the game to tie the score. Fastball there, a called strike on the inner portion of the plate, and it's now 2-2. And Andreyko just getting a piece of that to stay alive, 2-2. Foul back. As his career goes on, Andreyko more and more reminiscent of former Spartan Aaron Kane. Played for the team as their center fielder as well. I believe up until 2016. Really good player for the Spartans. That's inside, and it hits Andreyko. The runner Harris was going and might have distracted Kemmel Labrador a little bit. And Andreyko will go to first. Harris moves to second. That'll load the bases here for Jack Anderson. And prompt a meeting on the mound. As the Bears certainly wary of Jack Anderson's prowess at the plate. Jack hitting at .397 on the season. An RBI single already for Jack. For the weekend, he's now 7 of 14. With 2 doubles, or pardon me, he's now 8 of 14, so over 500. He scored 5 runs, he's driven in 7. And a chance for Anderson here to help cement a Spartan lead. Give the Spartans a lead, I should say. And swinging at the first pitch, breaking ball, he fouls it off 0-1. Anderson got a pitch to hit there. That one was hung a bit and just couldn't make good contact on it. So the count 0-1 on Jack. Here's the 0-1 pitch. This is outside for a ball, 1-1. Boy, that barely misses, and that's a huge call there as the count goes to 2-1. So Anderson now with the advantage in the count, 2-1 with the bases loaded, and the breaking ball misses inside, and now it's 3-1. And this is a hard situation for Kemmel Labrador, who needs to make a good pitch here, 3-1 against an All-American in Jack Anderson. Tying run is at third, bases are loaded. Here's the pitch. Anderson hits it in the air, deep down the line and right, should get the run in. Over to get it is the right fielder, Polk. He puts it away for the out. Tagging from third and scoring is Stilson. And a sacrifice fly from Jack Anderson evens the score at 4-4. Harris moves up to third. And so a chance now for Powers to give the Spartans the lead back here. So Powers 1 for 2 in the game, a single in his first at bat. He's also struck out looking. As that pitch misses outside, ball 1. Powers now second on the team with 51 RBIs this season. That pitch is in the dirt, and Draco thinks about second, but Lindsay with a good job to keep that in front of him. Well, again, we've said this before, but the Spartans today have been very aggressive 2-0. Here's the pitch. And it's in the air, deep towards left. Going back is the left fielder, and making the catch for the out is Zach Malice to end the inning. So the Spartans, though, scoring 2 in the frame, and they'll tie the score. It's now 4-4 as we move along into the 5th. 2 of this inning for the Bears, 2, 3, and 4 in their order. Mortimer, Miller, and Polk when we come back.
Harry Moderate.
Harry Moderer to lead things off, 0 for 2 with a couple groundouts today for Moderer. Facing Kyle Geerding for the first time after Geerding came in to get the final out of the 4th inning. And he'll start off the 5th inning fresh and with the score tied at 4-4. Pitch misses outside for a ball, 1-0. Called strike, and it's 1-1. Geerding came into the year as the team's second starter. But, again, his struggles early on moved him to the bullpen, where, again, he's pitched better. This will probably be some of his more impactful innings of the season coming here today as the Spartans try to win their series against WashU to close out conference play. That went outside, 3-1. Fastball called a strike, full count 3-2. And up and in, ball 4. That one slipped out of Geerding's hands, and it results in a leadoff walk to Moderer. It's just the 3rd time in the series that Moderer has reached base. He has stolen 10 bases on 12 attempts this season as he leads off from first. Batter at the plate is Clayton Miller, who swings and pops the first pitch up. Shallow right, coming in is Harms, and he makes the catch for the out. One gone.
Now batting number 9, the right fielder, Sam Polk.
Top of the 5th inning. We're all tied at 4 here in the 4th game of the series. First pitch down and in to Sam Polk as the count goes to 1-0. Polk doubled in his last at bat, came around to score a run for WashU. Fastball outside corner, and it's 1-1. And the only other UAA baseball game taking place today, Emory with a 3-0 lead over Brandeis in the top of the 5th. Again, the Spartans have clinched the UAA championship already. Emory with a win can secure 2nd place in the conference. As that ball grounded to second, Harris with it to second for 1. On to first, but not in time as the throw from Alonzo. And it'll go as a fielder's choice for Polk for the 2nd out of the inning. One developed a little bit slowly. Not sure they would have had a chance anyway. Either way, it'll be the 2nd out of the inning, and with 2 gone, Evan Minarvik will be the batter. Minarvik 1 for 2 in the game. It's fouled back. Line drive, base hit into right. So Minarvik, his 2nd straight hit. Polk moves up. And it's 1st and 2nd now with 2 away.
Setting up the bat catcher, number 21, Connor Lindsay.
Geerding trying to work around some trouble here in the 5th. 2 on, 2 away. First pitch fastball, little low, and it's 1-0 on Lindsay. Connor Lindsay is 0 for 1 in the game. Ground out to short in the second, and then a sacrifice fly in the fourth. Called strike. Good pitch from Geerding. Again, yesterday, Lindsay accounted for all 3 runs for the Bears in the second game of the doubleheader. 2 of them came on solo home runs. The other one came after he doubled and came across to score a run. Here's the 1-1 from Geerding. And down and away, good job by Anderson to cleanly catch that one. Prevent the runners from moving up. Clouds are settling in overhead. Again, it's been an overcast day here despite the warm temperature. Light breeze blowing out and towards right as the pitch from Geerding on the outside corner, 2-2. Geerding trying to get the last out of the inning here and get the Spartan bats back up and working. It's a 2-2 count, 2 away. Runners go. The pitch swung on in the air towards the gap in right center field. Harms is over, dives, but he can't get to it. And Draco picks it up, but 2 runners will score. It's a 2 RBI double for Lindsay, who continues his impressive weekend. And the Bears regain a 2-run lead at 6-4.
Now batting left fielder number 14, Zach Malice.
With the runners going, Minarvik able to score easily from first base. And the Bears regain the lead. So not going away easily here by any means is WashU today. You know, you had a feeling early on in this game as Malice takes that pitch down low, 1-0. That, you know, this had the feel of a getaway game to a certain extent for the Bears, where they came out swinging aggressively early against Jackson Brewer. I think Brewer only had like 15 pitches through his first 2 innings of work, something along those lines. Say, okay, maybe this will be one where, you know, the Bears will go away quietly here, but that has not been the case. And even as the Spartans have evened the score in the bottom of the fourth, WashU regains the lead here in the top of the fifth. Swing and a miss by Malice, 2-1. Malice 0 for 2 in the game, reached on an error and struck out swinging in his 2 plate appearances. Six runs now on 8 hits for the Bears. Low again, 3-1. Ground ball up the middle. Alonso can't get to it, and he gets through for a base hit. Coming in to score is Lindsay. It's an RBI single for Malice, and it's now 7-4 WashU.
Coming up to bat, designated hitter number 12, Jack Miller.
Well, tough one there. That's one in hindsight that if you're Franco Alonso, you probably would have wanted to try to knock that one down, keep it in the infield, regardless of losing the play at first base and preventing that runner from coming in from second. Instead, once it got through him into the outfield, there was nothing anyone could do to prevent Lindsay from coming around to score. That's now 4 straight hits for the Bears. That one grounded to short. Alonso with it. Flips to second in time to get the out. And the inning is over. But the Bears strike again. 3 more runs here in the top of the fifth. And WashU has regained a 7-4 lead. We'll move along to the bottom of the 5th inning. And the Spartans will send Harms, Camphausen, and Alonso to the plate, trying to get back in this one when we return. Nick Harms set to lead things off in the fifth inning for the Spartans, who trail by 3. Kemmel Labrador still on the mound here, and once again spotted a 3-run lead as he delivers his first pitch outside to Harms, 1-0. Kemmel Labrador now up to 78 pitches. 7-4 the score. The Bears swinging it well here today in the final game of the series. Breaking ball on the outside portion of the plate for a strike, 1-1. It'll be Harms, Camphausen, and Alonso this inning. 4, 5, and 6 in the Spartans' order, with Case Western Reserve holding on to or trailing by 3. Appears we're starting to get a little rain falling here as Harms fouls that pitch off, 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And a little high, and the count evens 2-2. Brella's coming out in the ballpark from some of our fans. 2-2 pitch on the way to Harms. And it stays up high, ball 3, 3-2. We do not have an official game yet. Need to get through this half an inning for the game to be official. And that one misses down low, ball 4 to Harms, who draws the walk to lead off the 5th. Good at bat there for Nick Harms, and he'll be on at first now for Dane Camphausen, who's 1 for 2 with a single. Camphausen drove in a run with the base hit in the first inning. That was the 195th hit of his collegiate career. That pitch misses outside, ball 1 to Camphausen. And hits sky high. See if it stays in play. It will not. Lands on the other side of the netting on the first base side. Bears have not used one of their better options, or relief options, yet in this series. That's Clayton Miller. Miller, who has started at second base through most of the series, and is doing so again here today, is also the closer for the Bears. Taken up high for a ball, 2-1. Miller in 10 appearances has thrown 17 innings, so not sure how much he'd be able to throw in this game, but considering that Miller is a senior and this is likely or potentially the last game of the season, won't be shocked if maybe the Bears do go to him earlier in this contest if needed. Breaking ball missed up and into Camphausen. It's now 3-1 on Dane. Pitch from Kemmel Labrador, and Camphausen fouls that one back. Full count, 3-2. Three-two on the way to Camphausen. And he fouls that one off with Harms running. And the count stays at 3-2. Kemmel Labrador now up to 89 pitches in the game. Throw down to first again. Harms is back. 3-2 pitch to Camphausen. Nope, another throw over. That one skipped. Good job by the first baseman, Moderer, to field that one cleanly, prevent him from going into foul territory. Runner will start and stop, and a swing and a miss from Camphausen for strike 3. So Kemmel Labrador gets a big strikeout there for the first out of the inning. His 6th strikeout of the game. And now Franco Alonso will be the batter. Alonso 1 for 2, a strikeout looking in the first, and then a solo home run last inning. It was his 4th of the season. Alonso now 4 home runs, 26 runs batted in. He's hitting at .323. Throw down to first. Harms diving back in. How about, well, we got, let's see, Zach Pearl warming up in the bullpen for WashU. Pitch out, nothing cooking. 1-0 the count on Alonso. Pearl's got 6 appearances out of the bullpen this season. Looks like he might be the next man up for the Bears as Kemmel Labrador approaching 100 pitches. That's his 92nd of the game, and it misses high to Franco Alonso, 2-0. And again, we have seen the Spartans be very aggressive when ahead 2-0 in the count today. Alonso's home run last inning came on a 2-2 pitch. Throw down to first again. Harms is back. They have been very careful with Harms out there. Nick has stolen a team-high 15 bases on as many attempts this year. And the breaking ball down Main Street for a strike. Might have been a change up there from Kemmel Labrador. Brings the count to 2-1. In the dirt, 3-1. Walk here would bring the potential game-tying run to the plate in the form of Zach Carinci, who looms out on deck. Three-one pitch on the way to Franco Alonso. And in the air, sky high, shallow right field. Coming in is Polk, and he'll make the catch. 2 gone. So 2 away now for Zach Carinci, who's 0 for 1 in the game with a hit by pitch and a strikeout looking. Swing and a miss at a fastball, and it's 0-1. If I'm not mistaken, I think WashU there might be having some issues with their pitch comm. Lindsay kind of holding his ear. Swing and a miss, another good fastball, and now Kemmel Labrador ahead in the count 0-2 and can get out of this inning unscathed after issuing the leadoff walk to Harms. I would imagine this is potentially his last batter either way. Here's the 0-2. And just misses with that one. It's 1-2. One and two the count. Fouled off, and Carinci staying alive. And Carinci can't hold up, and that's strike 3. So Kemmel Labrador works around the leadoff walk, gets 2 more strikeouts, 7 on the game for him, and we'll move to the 6th. The Bears leading 7-4 when we come back. 2 up in the top of the 6th for WashU, 9-1-2 in their order. Aquali followed by Dunn and Moderer when we return. Anthony Aquali set to lead things off. He'll be followed by the top of the order with Dunn and Martyrer for the Bears against Kyle Geerding here in the 6th inning. WashU leading 7-4. Geerding delivers the first pitch off the outside corner, 1-0. And a little down and out with that one, 2-0. Bears with 3 runs in the top of the 5th. They've taken a 7-4 lead in this game as we approach the latter portion of it. It is an official game now, although it appears the rain has subsided after some brief kind of soft rain for the most part. 2-1 now the count on Aquali, who is 2 for 2 in this game. Takes that up high for a ball, 3-1. An RBI single in the 3rd and then singled again in the 4th. Lifted in the air, right field. Harms calls off Harris and puts it away for the first out. So 1 gone. Quali retired for the first time in this game. Now back to the top of the order for Magnus Dunn. Dunn 0 for 3, a ground out, 2 ground outs actually, and a strikeout swinging. He's batting at .352 on the year. Down and away, ball 1. Inside, 2-0. Ground ball towards the hole, backhanded by Alonso, but won't come up with it cleanly. Wouldn't have a play anyway against the Speedy Dunn, who reaches base on the 10th hit of the game by the Bears.
Now batting, first baseman number 7, Harry Motter.
And so runner at first and one away for Harry Motter, who's trying to get out of a bit of a funk this weekend. Motter 0 for 2 with a walk in this game. Now 1 for 14 in the series. And takes a called strike, 0-1. Motter hitting a 242 on the year. Feels like it's cooling off a little bit outside. Breeze picking up a little, blowing out towards right center. And that one lines softly. Harris lets it fall, gets it to second for one. Throw on to first, not in time. So the Spartans get the lead runner. Dunn out 4-6 on the putout. And there are 2 gone in the inning now for Clayton Miller. Miller 0 for 3 with a, or pardon me, he's 1 for 3 with a single in the 4th. Miller hitting at 348 on the year, takes the fastball for a called strike, 0-1. Again, I would imagine Clayton Miller is going to be a factor not only at the plate in this game, but we'll see him eventually on the mound, I would think, if the score stays close. He's yet to pitch in this series, but has been probably the most effective arm out of the bullpen, at least one of the most effective out of the bullpen for the Bears this season. That one's fouled away, and it's 1-2. The Spartans have one of their more effective arms available for today if needed. That's Jack Anderson. That misses up high, 2-2. Austin McGowan, another option in relief here for the Spartans, if needed in the game. Geerding trying to get out of the 6th. And he does. Called strike 3, snuck the fastball in under the hands of Miller, who takes it. And that will end the 6th. So WashU leaves the man stranded, and we'll move along to the bottom of the 6th inning. Spartans trailing by 3 will send Stilson, Harris, and Andraco to the plate, and it'll be a new pitcher for the Bears coming to the mound when we return. New pitcher on the mound for WashU will be Zach Pearl. We'll tell you more about him here in just a second. First, the final line on Miles Kemmel Labrador, who will leave the game in line for the win. He threw exactly 100 pitches through 5 innings, allowed 4 runs on 7 hits and 2 walks, struck out 7, did hit 2 batters as well, but handled the traffic on the base pass effectively, and now with a 3-run lead will turn the game over to Zach Pearl. 2-0 on the season through 6 appearances out of the bullpen. He's got a 9.45 ERA. He does have 1 save on the season as well. Pearl this year, 6 2/3 innings, 11 hits allowed for a 407 opponent's average. He has struck out 3 and walked 3. And for the Spartans, they'll send the bottom of the order, Stilson and Harris, followed by Andraco when here in the bottom of the 6th to face Pearl. First pitch, down and away, ball 1 to Stilson, who's now hitting at .333 on the year and is 1 for 2 with a single in the game today. Did score a run in his last trip around the bases. Pearl delivers the 1-0 and swung on, grounded towards short. Chance there for Aquali, who throws on to first and gets the out. 1 gone. Pearl, the first year out of Naples, Florida. Naples High School, 6'2", 210 pounds, the righty. Will now face Josiah Harris. Josiah is now hitting at .222, has been on base both times he's been to the plate today, a walk and a single. See if he can get something started here for the Spartans with 1 out and the base is empty. First pitch from Pearl. Outside, ball 1, 1-0. Ryan Kirkendall warming in the bullpen for the Bears. Count goes to 2-0 on Harris. Austin McGowan up in the pen for the Spartans. Three and 0 now on Harris. Gotta imagine Josiah is taking all the way here, but let's see. 3-0 on the way. And he does take, and it's outside, ball 4. So Harris on with the walk. For Pearl, just one of his first 6 pitches have been in the strike zone. And as the Spartans get back to the top of the order, it'll be Logan Andraco coming to the plate. Logan 1 for 2 in the game. Doubled and scored the first run of the game for the Spartans in the first inning. Struck out swinging in the second and was hit by a pitch in the 4th. Second mound meeting of the day for the Bears. And Draco, the lefty, facing the righty Pearl. First pitch. It's called strike 0-1. Pearl making his second appearance of the UAA season there, and a pickoff attempt throws it down the first baseline. Harris is going to try for third, and he'll get there successfully. So moving up to third now is Harris. And that might be it here for Pearl. Let's see. Pat Bloom coming out, and he'll have a talk. Pearl pitched against WashU. On March 30th, gave up no runs on a hit in 2 innings of work. Really, if you look at his season, and again, the numbers aren't pretty because of limited appearances, but he's had just one very bad outing, and that was against Emory. He gave up 6 runs on 5 hits and 2 walks in 2/3 of an inning. Other than that, in his other, what is it now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, in his other 5 appearances out of his 6 total this year, he's allowed just 1 earned run. This is outside, and it's 1-1 on Andraco. Spartans trying to chip away at a 3-run WashU lead. They've got a runner at third base and one away. And Draco's got to make contact here. And he does. Line drive, but right at the second baseman. A hard hit ball by Andraco. And one of those where you as a hitter know you did your job. You hit it hard, but you hit it right to the second baseman there. Nothing you could do about that if you're Logan. And so 2 away now. It'll be up to Jack Anderson, who's driven in 2 of the 4 Spartan runs in the game. An RBI single in the first and a sacrifice fly in the fourth. He's 1 for 2 in the game. And the breaking ball misses down low for a ball, 1-0. Did not miss by much. Harris, the runner at third with 2 away. Anderson to the plate, hitting at .397 on the year, awaits the 1-0. Down low, ball 2, 2-0. It's a big runner at third for the Spartans. They have to start to eat away at a 3-run lead here. 2-0. 3-0. Well, Harris probably got the take sign on 3-0. Anderson certainly is going to take a cut if he gets a pitch to hit here. Here's the 3-0 to Anderson. And he swings and hits it in the air, deep towards center field, back towards the track, at the wall, and making the catch as he runs into the wall is the center fielder, Magnus Dunn, and that will end the inning. So Anderson gave that one a nice ride, but nothing to show for it, and we'll move along into the 7th. It's 7-4 WashU with the lead. Due up this inning for the Bears. 4, 5, and 6 in the order. Polk, Menarvik, and Lindsay when we return. Well, tough break for the Spartans, who had a runner at third and 1 out. Hit 2 balls really hard. A hard line drive by Andraco. A fly ball to deep in the gap by Jack Anderson. But the Bears defense holds steady and maintains the 3-run lead. And now leading off the inning, Polk doubles down the left field line. And the Bears a chance to add on here as Geerding allows the leadoff double to Polk, who goes the opposite way with it. And WashU with a runner at second and nobody out for Evan Menarvik. Minarvik now batting at 301 on the season. He's 2 for 3 with 2 runs and an RBI in the game today. And the fastball from Geerding catches the outside corner 0-1. WashU looking for their 25th win of the season, in position to pick it up here. As that one misses outside, if they can hold on to a 3-run lead over the latter third of this game. Spartan bats were active early. They scored 2 in the first, added 2 in the fourth. But WashU with a run in the third cut the Spartan lead in half. They scored 3 in the fourth to take the lead 4-2. And when a called strike to Minarvik, it's 1-2. The Spartans answered back. They tied the game at 4 with a pair of runs in the fourth, but then in the top of the fifth, the Bears added on 3 more, and we've been at 7-4 ever since. The Bears trying to increase their lead further here and have a chance to do so with a runner at second and nobody out. The 1-2 on the way from Geerding. On the outside corner, it's a called strike 3. Minarvik didn't like that, but frankly, I thought that caught the outside corner from up here. And that'll be the first out of the inning. A big strikeout there for Geerding, and now that'll bring Connor Lindsay to the plate, who has been a one-man wrecking crew for the Bears this weekend. Another RBI opportunity for Lindsay, who's driven in 3 in this game. A 2 RBI double and a run scored his last time up. He also has a sacrifice fly. He's 1 for 2 in the game. Grounded out as his first trip to the plate. Takes a called strike there from Geerding, and it's 0-1. For the series now, Lindsay has driven in 5 over 3 games played, only 2 starts. He has 2 doubles, 2 home runs, and another good pitch there from Geerding. He's got some good run on that fastball today. And ahead in the count here, 0-2 on Lindsay. Here's the 0-2 offering. And taken up high, 1-2. See if Geerding can get a big out here and retire Lindsay, who's been red hot. The 1-2 pitch. And the fastball fouled off. Good hitting there by Lindsay, fouling that one off. And again, similar to what we said earlier in the game against Miles Kemmel Labrador, Geerding's trying to pick off that outside corner, whereas Kemmel Labrador tried to do it with the changeup. Geerding trying to do it with his fastball, which again will come back against a right-handed hitter. Shakes off a few signs here. And now delivers the pitch. The fastball left over the middle, but grounded over to short. With it is Alonso. The throw is low, and that gets away. Coming in to score on the error is Polk, and it's now 8-4. No RBI on the play. It's an unearned run. And the Spartans' deficit now at 4. Should be 2 outs and a runner at third. Instead, it's now an 8-4 game, and a swing and a miss there from Malice as the count goes to 0-1. Malice now hitting at 340 on the year. Singled in his last at bat, reached on an error in the third, also has struck out swinging. Does have 1 RBI and a run scored in the game today. Malice takes that inside to even the count at 1-1. Another one misses inside. 2-1. Outside corner. Count evens at 2-2. And lifted foul. Two and two the count. Runner at first and one away in the top of the seventh. Run across already for the Bears. And that ball hit in the air deep towards center field. Andraco going back, still going back at the wall, looking up, and it is gone. A two-run homer for Zach Malice. For Malice, that is his fourth of the year, and it's now 10-4 WashU. So the Bears, in what is likely their final game of the season, have turned it on here against the Spartans. They lead 10-4, and a pitching change for Case Western Reserve when we come back. Again, 10-4, Spartans trailing by 6. New pitcher on the mound for the Spartans is Austin McGowan, who takes over for Kyle Geerding. McGowan will finish his warm-ups here. On the season, Austin, making his 12th appearance out of the bullpen. He's no record, one save and an 8.40 ERA. Through 15 innings, he's allowed 18 hits for a .310 opponent's average. He has walked 14, struck out 18. When McGowan is on, he's got a good velocity on that fastball and a curve that is really tough to hit. We'll see what he comes with here as he starts Jack Miller off with a fastball for a called strike, 0-1. McGowan, the sophomore, waits and delivers the 0-1 fastball for a called strike 2. He comes into the game with one out in the top of the seventh, and the Bears, who have scored 3 runs here in the seventh, have now taken a 6-run lead, 10-4. And he tries to come with a curveball and an 0-2 pitch. He hits Miller. The last thing he wanted to do there, 0-2. But the curveball slipped out of his hand, and it results in another base runner.
Now batting shortstop number 33, Anthony Aquali.
And now Anthony Aquali will be the batter. Aquali now hitting a 250. He's 2 for 3 in the game today with a pair of singles and an RBI. Flew out to right field in his last at bat. And the first pitch fastball from McGowan, down low, ball 1. The 1-0. Just above the letters with the fastball, 2-0. Offering. And outside, ball 3, 3-0. Well, McGowan has got to stem the tide here a little bit and give the Spartans a chance in this one. They've got the bats that even with a 6-run lead late, it's not impossible for this team to come back in it. But again, you've got to make the task as easy as possible at this point if you're McGowan. The 3-1 offering. And up and out, ball 4. Miller moves up to second. And I believe up in the bullpen, we're going to see Patrick O'Connor begin to get a baseball and throw. So a hit batter and a walk. 2 on now with 1 away. And a called strike, 0-1. Breaking ball, called strike, 0-2, and that was the first good curveball we've seen McGowan throw today. See if he can finish off the leadoff hitter Dunn here. Get the big second out. Dunn going to be a tough guy to double up. A ball on the ground, and he swings and misses at the fastball at the knees, and that'll be strike 3. So big second out in the inning. And now Harry Moderer will be the batter. Moderer 0 for 3 in the game with a walk. Batting here with 2 on and 2 away. Breaking ball inside, 1-0. Fastball outside corner, and the count evens 1-1. You could tell Austin feels a little bit more comfortable locating that fastball, at least at this point in the game. Maybe a little gun shy to use the curve after hitting Miller earlier in the inning. Here's the 1-1. And a called strike. 1-2 now the count. 1-2 from McGowan. Runners go. The curveball. Oh, won't check out in the field, and it'll go as a ball. So 2-2, and both runners going on the pitch. It'll be a double steal. So second and third now with 2 away. First base open, but 2 strikes on Martyr at the plate. This is the guy you have to try to get with Miller looming out on deck. 2-2, and it's popped up. Foul down the first base line. Long run over by Camphausen. Harris tries to get it, and he takes a tumble over the fence. Gets up. He's okay. Harris just launched himself over the fence rather than run into it. Unfortunately, he's good. So 2-2 the count. Second and third, 2 away. The pitch from McGowan. Down and out for a ball, 3-2. Full count. Here's the payoff pitch. And hit in the air deep down the line and left, but that will get foul and out of play. The other option the Spartans have today, if they wanted to go there, would be to have Tyler Stilson enter the game at pitcher, but I don't know if they're going to do that down 6. Ball 4. And so McGowan, his second walk to go along with a hit batter since coming into this game, and the Bears will send their 9th hitter of the inning to the plate as they bat it around here. It'll be Clayton Miller, and not the guy you want to face with the bases loaded. Miller hitting at .345 on the year, 1 for 4 in the game. And he takes a first pitch fastball in the outer corner for a strike, 0-1. Breaking ball in the dirt, and a nice job by Anderson to keep it in front of him with runners on all the bases currently. That ball hit sky high, deep towards right center field. Going back is Andreyko. Going back, he slides on the track, and he makes the catch for the out. What a play by Logan Andreyko, who not only had to go a long way to get to that one, but had to make a diving catch to pull it in, and that saves probably 3 runs for the Spartans and keeps them in this game somewhat. They'll rally out in front of the dugout as they try to get the bats going here. Down 6 as we move to the bottom of the 7th. We'll be back. Heart of the order for the Spartans, who have their work cut out for them in this one. Trailing 10-4 as we begin the bottom of the seventh. New center fielder for WashU is Brandon Boudet. As Powers unable to hold up on that one. Boudet takes over in center. Dunn moves over to right. And Polk moves from right to left. So the day is done for Zach Malice after the home run. In what could be his last collegiate game. Certainly his last game of the season, you would think. Barring an NCAA tournament berth for the Bears. That one misses outside. 2-1 now on Powers. Three and one. Zach Pearl still out on the mound. Spartans have to rally here. Down 6 in the seventh. They got to start taking chunks out of this lead. Certainly capable of it. We've seen this team put up big innings. That one grounded and threw for a base hit for Powers. James Powers with a single through the right side of the infield. There's one on with nobody out. Second hit of the game for Powers, who's now 2 for 4, and that'll bring up Nick Harms looking for his first hit of the game. Harms 0 for 2, a strikeout swinging, ground out, and a walk in his 3 trips to the plate today. Harms homered twice in the second game of the doubleheader yesterday, hitting a .293 on the season. Takes a breaking ball in the outer portion of the plate for a called strike, 0-1. Harms, a St. Louis native, has tortured WashU the last 3 years. And he takes a fastball in the outside corner. Good job by Lindsay to frame that one up, and it's 0-2. Pearl has now thrown 20 pitches, just 8 of them in the strike zone, but he was able to work around trouble last inning. Left a runner stranded at third. The Bears added on 3 more runs in the top of the seventh, and now have given Pearl a 6-run lead to work with. That one swung on, ground to second, could be 2. Miller flips to second for 1, on to first, and they'll say it's in time, but boy, it looked for sure like Harms beat that one out. And that'll go as a 4-6-3 double play. I thought Harms had clearly beaten that one out. Either way, that'll be, as Matt Englander will ask for clarification on that, but it appears that there will be no satisfaction for Englander or the Spartans here, as that will be 2 outs. And the base is now empty for Dane Camphausen. So in need of base runners, the double play erases one. And now with 2 away, base is empty for Camphausen. Camphausen takes that pitch for a strike, 0-1. Camphausen 1 for 3 in the game. That pitch missed outside. 1-1. And lifted high in the air, but fouling out of play. 1-2 on Camphausen. Ground ball hit to short. Quali with it. It's throw to first on target. And that ends the inning. So the Spartans start the inning with a base hit, but a double play and a ground out end the frame. And we'll move along to the eighth. Bears leading 10-4 on the Spartans in the final game of this four-game series. Polk, Manarvik, and Lindsay due up when we return. New pitcher on the mound for the Spartans will be Tyler Stilson. Some interesting lineup machinations for the Spartans as Stilson on to pitch. Moving over to second base is the former designated hitter Zach Carinci, and Josiah Harris moves from second base to left field. Stilson on the mound delivers the first pitch to Polk inside for ball one. Stilson the first year out of Chapel Hill, North Carolina. That one on the outside corner for a strike, 1-1. Stilson's been good for the Spartans this year. 5-0 with a 4.35 ERA. This is just his second relief appearance to go along with 6 starts. Unable to hold up there is Polk, and it's 1-2. 31 innings of work this season for Stilson. He's given up 33 hits for a .268 opponent's average. 36 strikeouts and 19 walks on the season for Stilson. Ahead in the count, 1-2 on Polk. And the changeup gets him looking, strike 3. So Polk down looking. And there's one away here in the 8th. Stilson's job is simple, keep the Bears off the board. And hope the Spartan Bats can wake up in the final 2 innings of this game enough that they can overtake the Bears. Pitch misses into Manarvik, and it's 1-0. Manarvik 2 for 4 with an RBI and 2 runs scored in the game. Up high, 2-0. A win here maybe gives WashU some hope at an at-large bid. Up high and in, 3-0. You would think the Bears are probably I don't know, bubble out or outright out at this point. But the win would certainly help. Umpire Jeffrey Clifford takes a step out. Make sure that Stilson knows he's got to make eye contact with the batter before beginning his windup. Either way, the pitch misses down and in, ball 4. And a runner on at first now for Connor Lindsay. Lindsay reached on an error in his last at bat. But again, continues to be a thorn in the side of the Spartans. He's had a great series and takes a called strike as the count goes to 0-1. Now the 0-1 pitch. And the curveball swung on and missed at 0-2. Lindsay 1 for 3 in the game with 3 runs batted in, 2 runs scored. He's driven in 5 and scored 5 over the last 2 games. 0-2 on the way. And that's pop foul off the netting. I believe that the Spartans lose the designated hitter for the rest of the game. That one hit softly towards second. Carinzi with it. His only play is at first. And he gets it there in time for the out. Minarovic moves up 90 feet to second base.
Now batting center fielder, number 1, Brandon Boudet.
So 2 outs and a runner in scoring position for Brandon Boudet, who will be the hitter. Boudet came into the game as a replacement for Zach Malice, who homered in his final at bat of what will likely be the season for the Bears, certainly the regular season. A 2-run shot helped put an exclamation point on a 3-run inning that helped WashU pull away in this one. That ball hit in the air by Boudet, center field over is Andreyko, and he makes the catch for the out. And a scoreless 8th inning for Stilson. And the Spartans will come up to bat in the 8th. It's a 6-run game. The Spartans need base runners. They need runs. They need a lot right now. Alonzo, Carinzi, and Stilson due up when we return. Defensive change for the Bears will bring Miles Burke in to catch. Zach Pearl staying on the mound. Franco Alonso, the first batter to face him here in the 8th. He squares to bunt, pulls it back, takes it down low, ball 1-0. Rest of the defense appears to be the same for the Bears. Pair of scoreless innings in relief for Pearl. That one low in the dirt. Ball 2, 2-0. Alonso with his 4th home run of the season earlier in the game. That came back in the 4th inning to lead off that frame. Called strike, and it's 2-1. Alonso has 1 2-home run game already this season. Came against Oswego State. 2-1 pitch. That one swung on, ground towards second. Miller with it. One gone. So the Spartans down to their final 5 outs now as Zach Carinci steps to the plate. Been a struggle this series for Carinci, who's 0 for 3 in the game today. 0 for 2, was hit by a pitch and struck out twice. Carinci now for the weekend, just 2 for 14. Hits that one back up the middle, and it'll find its way through for a base hit. So Carinci getting aggressive and singling up the middle on the first pitch he sees. He'll be on at first now. Tyler Stilson will be the batter. Looks down at Matt Englander, who flashes some signs in his direction. And a called strike on the outside corner to Stilson. 0-1. That one hit softly to short. Could be 2 if they hurry. Flip to second for 1. On to first. Double play turn. 6-4-3. Second straight inning the Bears have turned to double play. And that one ends the 8th. The Spartans down to their final 3 outs. They'll have to retire WashU here in the 9th first and then hope to get 6 in the bottom of the inning. Top of the 9th coming up. Bears will send their 8, 9, and 1 hitters to the plate. Miller, Aquali, and Dunn when we return. Ten for the score. Bears leading as we begin the 9th. Tyler Stilson delivers the first pitch to Jack Miller, the designated hitter, who takes it for a strike, 0-1. Miller, Aquali, and Dunn do up this inning. That ball hit softly to short. Alonso with it. Throw to first. And there's one gone. So Stillson pitched around a one-out walk in the 8th. Now has the first out here in the 9th in the relief appearance. Anthony Aquali will be the batter. Aquali hitting a .250 on the year, 2 for 3 in this game with 2 singles and a walk. Sun's starting to peek out from behind the clouds. Swing and a miss from Aquali brings the count to 0-1. Spartans are set to send Josiah Harris, Logan Andraco, and Jack Anderson to the plate in the 9th. As that ball lifted into the air deep towards left, Harris has a beat on it. And his first opportunity in left field puts it away for the second out of the inning. So 2 quick outs for Stillson is back to the top of the order. Magnus Dunn will be the batter. Dunn 1 for 5 in this one. Hitting at .356 on the year. And what will likely be his final at-bat of the season. Maybe of his career. You never know anymore. He's a senior, but he's got some eligibility left, as do most of the seniors on college baseball rosters who went through the 2 years of COVID. That one goes through Jack Anderson, brings count to 2-0. Up high, 3-0. And Dunn takes ball 4. So a 2-out walk issued to Magnus Dunn, first base runner of the inning for the Bears. Dunn on for the second time today, and that'll bring up Harry Moderer to the plate. Moderer facing Stillson here for the first time today. He drew a walk in his last at-bat. He's been on base twice now today, both times on walks, and takes ball 1 down low, 1-0. On the outside corner for a strike that time. It's 2-1. Two-one pitch on the way. Runner goes, and the pitch is low. It goes all the way to the backstop. It goes a stolen base for Dunn. Will be his 16th of the season. Three and 1 the count at the plate. Stillson trying to battle back in this count. He's behind 3-1 with 2 away and a runner at second against Martyrer. Outside corner, full count, 3-2. Three-two on the way. And a little low, ball 4. So first and second now after back-to-back 2-out walks. And Clayton Miller will be the batter. Miller facing Stillson for the first time. He is 1 for 5 in the game today. A single back in the 4th inning, came around to score a run. First pitch outside to Miller, 1-0. Jack Anderson will have a walkout to talk with Stilson here. Everyone's settling back into their positions now. One 0 offering on the way. Down and in, 2-0. And a called strike, 2-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch. In the air, center field, charging in is Andreyko, still coming, but it lands in front of him for a base hit. Coming around to score is Dunn. An RBI single for Miller as the Bears rally to score a run with 2 outs. Martyr goes all the way to third. For Miller, his 34th RBI of the season. There's 2 gone now. Dane Camphausen, I think, needs to switch out his glove here. Imagine he might have busted a string on the other glove. So he'll get a new glove. The Bears have runners at first and third, now leading 11-4. And Sam Polk will be the batter with a chance to extend the lead further. And he foul tips that one back into Jack Anderson. 0-1 the count. This will be the first Sunday loss of the season for the Spartans in UAA play, if they don't manage to come back. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. One-two pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So Stilson gets the strikeout, but a run scores for the Bears, and the Spartans have their work cut out for them as we head to the 9th. It'll be Harris, Andreyko, and Anderson. The Spartans down 7, 11-4 the score. Spartans will have to get the bats going here when we return. We'll be back in just a minute. Last chance for the Spartans. Zach Pearl stays out on the mound. Working with a 7-run lead. This is a save situation for Pearl, who will try to close out the win here. He's gone 3 innings so far, and it's been good for WashU. 3 innings, just 2 hits, 1 walk allowed. He's yet to strike out a batter, but Hasn't needed to. He's got 2 double plays behind him. And the Spartans have their work cut out for them here, trailing by 7. Josiah Harris set to lead things off. Josiah has been on base all 3 times he's been to the plate today. 2 walks and a single. Let's see what Harris can do here. Second time up against Pearl. He walked back in the 6th inning. Harris was left stranded at third base that inning. Fouls off the first pitch he sees, and it's 0-1. Pearl has thrown just 32 pitches in his first 3 innings of work. Again, helped out greatly by 2 double plays. And when it stays up high, it's 1-1. One to Harris. Outside corner with the fastball, 1-2. And one misses outside, 2-2. Well, Spartans need to get base runners by the bunches here. Full count, 3-2 as that one stayed up high. Three and 2 count to the leadoff hitter here in the 9th. And that one swung on, line drive, base hit into left center field for Harris. Well, Harris continuing to swing it well here. And hopefully he's on his way back. They'll bring Logan Andraco to the plate. So Andraco, the last time he came up, was hitting with Harris at third base and hit a hard line drive, but it was right at the second baseman. That was in his only plate appearance so far today against Pearl. Harris has got to stay close to that base. You don't want to get too aggressive here, as Andraco takes that outside for ball 1, 1-0. Again, you need base runners right now if you're the Spartans. No reason to get aggressive and try to steal here. That one called a strike on the upper inner corner of the strike zone. And he fouls that one back, 1-2. (11-4), WashU leading, trying to force a split of the series. Here's the 1-2. And that one's lined towards the gap in left center field, and that'll drop for a base hit. So the Spartans off to a good start here in the inning. Again, a lot of work to do, but so far so good with back-to-back singles to left center. And now you're starting to get into some of the big bats in this order, as Jack Anderson will step up here. Jack has the average at .395 on the year. Pat Bloom is going to slowly make his way out to the mound. Again, he's got the option here to go to Clayton Miller, who's playing second base currently, but has served as this team's closer. Anderson 1 for 3 in the game. His outs have been loud. He had an RBI single in the first inning, hit a hard liner to third in the second, A sacrifice fly in the fourth, and then flew out to deep right center field his last time up against Pearl in the sixth. Pearl's got some room to work with here. So Anderson will settle in. And the goal of your Jack Anderson, just find a way to keep the line moving right now. First pitch. And the breaking ball down low, 1-0. Bears have action in their bullpen as Anderson grounds that one down the left field line for a base hit. Harris rounds the corner at third. He'll come in to score. And Draco stops at third. It's an RBI double for Jack Anderson, who's driven in 3 today. And again, the Spartans, with the first 3 runners reaching here in the inning, it's now a 6-run game, and that's going to be it for Pearl. So the Bears will make a pitching change. They'll go to their bullpen here. We'll be back. The Spartans with 2 on, nobody out, down 6 in the 9th when we come back. Welcome back as the Bears go to their bullpen here and bring out the junior righty Ryan Kirkendall, 6'1", 195 pounds, out of Hamilton, Ohio.
Now pitching for the Bears, number 15, Ryan Kirkendall.
Kirkendall this season has made just 2 appearances. A 3.86 ERA through 2 1/3 innings. He's given up 3 hits, 1 run, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts. Pitched back on February 25th in the 3rd of an inning against Coe, gave up 2 hits and a run, struck out 1. And then pitched the last time against Emory on April 13th. So over 2 weeks ago, went 2 innings, gave up a hit, walked 2, struck out 5. So Kirkendall out of the bullpen for WashU. Comes into the game with nobody out, 2 in scoring position, trying to protect a 6-run lead. It's 11-5. But some tough hitters coming up for the Spartans. James Powers will be the first batter he faces, then Nick Harms. The first 3 batters of the inning all reach for the Spartans. A single for Harris, a single for Andraco, an RBI double for Anderson. Still a long way to go in this one if you're Case Western Reserve, but it's the start you wanted to the inning. And now it's just a matter of trying to keep that line moving. Kirkendall finishes his warm-ups. He's been up and down in that bullpen a lot for the Bears today. I would imagine that Kirkendall is going to get the first crack at trying to close this one out. And again, said this a lot today, but Clayton Miller at second base looming here. If this game does become a save situation, and Miller has been very good this year. It's not a save situation yet as the first pitch sails up and away to Powers, 1-0. Sidearm delivery there from Kirkendall. The 1-0 to Powers, who has a couple of hits in the game today. Went down the middle for a strike, 1-1. Powers 2 for 4 in the game, hitting at .359. And it's popped up, foul territory. Will it stay in play? No, that one will get out. So 1-2 on Powers. And another one fouled away. Powers fighting off a few pitches. Another 1-2. That one misses outside. 2-2. And that one high in the air, and Powers wastes another one. James can do this to you at the plate, where when he falls behind early, he can work these counts. WashU's flight is not until later this evening, so plenty of time to finish this game up if the Spartans make it close. Misses outside. And it's a full count, 3-2. So Powers, after falling behind 1-2, fouls off 3 pitches, takes 2 balls, and the count now full, 3-2. And Powers wants a timeout. I think he's looking to switch bats here. Powers doesn't wear batting gloves. And I think his issue is looking to get a little bit more tackiness on that bat. Fits the character, doesn't it? Powers not wearing batting gloves. That just sort of is who he is. 3-2 pitch. And it's down and away, ball 4, and that will load the bases for Nick Harms. Well, Harms has had his moments against WashU. And he has relished in those, and he's got another chance here, not necessarily to tie the game, but it can make this game look very different. Kirkendall, I'm sure, happy to be facing Harms in a 6-run game right now rather than a 4 or less run game, but still, this is a dangerous situation. First pitch, and it's behind Harms. A good job by the WashU catcher to grab that one. Harms settles back in. Waits the 1-0 from Kirkendall. And a swing and a miss from Harms, 1-1. Nick 0 for 3 with a walk today. Here's the 1-1. And Harms fouls it back, and he's now behind in the count, 1-2. WashU outfield playing deep, and for Harms to pull. He hit 2 home runs in the second game of the doubleheader yesterday. Here's his 1-2 offering from Kirkendall. And it hit him. Ball 4, or pardon me, the hit batter will allow another run to cross. And it's now an 11-6 game. And Dane Camphausen comes to the plate and almost clubs Franco Alonso with the baseball, or with the bat. Taking a practice swing, Alonso is delivering a ball to the umpire. Well, Camphausen, 1 for 4 in the game now with an RBI. Had an RBI single back in the first. Dane, who has 12 home runs this season, Dane leads the team with 53 runs batted in. First pitch, and Camphausen takes a off-speed pitch for a strike, 0-1. Still nobody out in the inning. Bases are loaded for the Spartans, down 5 in the ninth. That one's in the dirt, gets away. Anderson will come in to score on a wild pitch. Harms and Powers both move up. It's now 11-7. First base open here, but you can't walk Camphausen because it would bring the potential game-tying run to the plate. So you've got to go after Camphausen here, as much as that can be a dangerous proposition in and of itself. The 1-1 pitch on the way to Camphausen. Outside, 2-1. First 5 runners of the inning have reached for the Spartans. 3 runs across so far. And a strike called on the outer portion of the plate, 2-2. Is a good job by Burke to frame that one up. It's now a 4-run game. Spartans have one of their better hitters at the plate in Camphausen. Base hit here could score 2, as that one misses inside and the count goes full, 3-2. 3-2 to Camphausen. And he swings and misses strike 3, and that's a huge out for Kirkendall. It's the first out of the inning. And now Franco Alonso will step to the plate. Alonso with a home run already today. He's 1 for 4 in the game. Alonso hitting at .318 on the year. Base hit here makes it a 2-run game and brings the tying run to the plate. First pitch outside corner for a strike, 0-1. Outside, 1-1. Kirkendall's now thrown 20 pitches in relief this inning. His 1-1. Outside, 2-1. And that one swung on in the air, shallow right, coming in, and it lands in front of the right fielder as it drops in. Coming in to score is Powers. Going to third on the play is Harms. It's an RBI single for Franco Alonso. And now the Spartans will bring the potential game-tying run to the plate in the form of Zach Carinci. Fourth run of the inning for the Spartans, who entered the frame down 7. It's now a 3-run game. Pat Bloom will head out to the mound. And I believe now he will pull the trigger and bring in Miller from second base to pitch. We will take a break. The Spartans will bring the tying run to the plate in the form of Zach Carinci when we return. So the Bears making changes, not going to Clayton Miller. And I have to imagine that means that Miller is not available. Although, again, I could be wrong, but if you're not going to him here, when are you going to go to him? Instead, it will be Evan Minarvik, who comes in from third base. Some other, again, changes here in the infield for the Bears, who will bring their DH Jack Miller into play first. Martyr moves from first to second, and then second baseman Clayton Miller moves to third. Minarvik will be the pitcher. No record on the year. 3 appearances and a 15.43 ERA through 2 1/3 innings. He's given up 3 hits, 4 runs, 5 walks, 1 strikeout. Trying to close this one out. He needs to get 2 more outs and delivers the first pitch curveball low to Zach Carinci. With the Spartans down 3 here in the 9th. 1 out in the inning, 2 on. And a swing and a miss by Carinci. It's 1-1. Another one up high, 2-1. Minarvik last pitched against Emory on April 14th. Gave up 1 run on 3 walks. Did strike out a batter. He also pitched against NYU back on March 30th. Gave up 3 runs in that game. Carinci fouls that one off, and it's 2-2. Zach Carinci at the plate. Picked up a single in his last at-bat, now hitting at .316 on the year. 1 for 3 in the game. And he swings. Chopper hit towards third. Could be 2 if they hurry to second for 1, and they can't relay it over to first. Staying at third base on the play is Harms.
Now batting pitcher number 10, Tyler Stilson.
And so now Tyler Stilson will be the last hope for the Spartans. The Spartans will also make a a pinch running change here and bring in they'll bring in Connor Stevenson to run for Zach Carinci. So Stevenson into the game. So 1 more out for the Bears to get. The Spartans still down 3. Tyler Stilson swings in the first pitch, and that's a base hit. Stopping at second is Stevenson. Coming in to score will be Harms, and it's now a 2-run game, and the Spartans have the potential game-tying runs on the base paths.
Now batting left fielder number 1, Josiah Harris.
And now Josiah Harris, who has been on base all 4 times he's been up to the plate today. 2 walks, 2 singles, will be the batter.
On first base, number 22, Sean Donahue.
The Spartans bring in Sean Donahue to pinch run for Stilson. And he represents the potential game-tying run. Josiah Harris at the plate. First pitch down and away, ball 1. It's now 11-9. In the dirt, 2-0. Five runs now across in the bottom of the 9th for the Spartans, who have made a game out of this. Here's the 2-0. 3-0. And if you're Harris here, you have to be taking all the way, I believe. A walk would put the potential game-tying runs into scoring position and would put the potential game-winning run on the base paths. Here's a 3-0 to Harris. Right down the middle, he was taking all the way and takes strike 1, so it's a 3-1 count. Here's the 3-1. Up high, ball 4. So Harris on for the 5th time today, representing now the potential game-winning run. Logan Andreyko will be the batter for the Spartans. He singled earlier this inning into the right center field gap. A base hit here would tie the game. He's 2 for 4 in the contest. He doubled in the first as well as also been hit by a pitch. First pitch. And he swings, hits it softly down the third baseline, foul, and it's 0-1. The Spartans have come back trailing 11-4 starting the inning and now trail by just 2. They have the bases loaded, 2 away. And that one's low, ball 1, 1-1 as the count comes even on Andreyko. Andreyko 0 for 4 this season with the bases loaded. The 1-1. Inside, almost hit him as the count goes to 2-1. Now the 2-1. Down low, ball 3, 3-1. And Pat Bloom will head out to talk to Minarvik here. And I believe will use what is his last mound visit of the game that he can make without making a pitching change. It's a 3-1 count on Andreyko with 2 away. The base is loaded for the Spartans, down 2 in the 9th. Minarvik, again, rarely used this year. But it seems that the Bears are just short on options right now. And again, I think safe to assume Clayton Miller not available in this one. Matt Englander is going to have a word with Josiah Harris at first base. The crowd's starting to get amped up. Andreyko settles back in. The 3-1 to Andreyko. And he fouls it off and we'll get a 3-2 pitch. So 3-2, 2 out, bases loaded. The runners will get the early start, meaning that if a ball finds a gap here by Andreyko, it could win the game. It will almost certainly tie the game if he gets a ball into the outfield for a base hit. 3-2, 2 away, the pitch to Andreyko. And he swings, hits it softly back to the pitcher. Minarvik with it, and he bobbles it, and everybody's safe. And the inning continues. It'll be an infield single for Andreyko.
Now batting catcher number 5.
And now it's up to Jack Anderson. Well, if you're the Spartans, here's the guy you want batting right now. It's Jack Anderson, who already has an RBI double this inning. He's driven in 3 in the game. He's driven in 9 in the series. And can win the game with a base hit. It's now 11-10. Jack Anderson, can he do it? Line drive, up the middle, base hit! Base hit! 1 run in, here comes the 2nd run, no throw, and the Spartans come back from a 7-run deficit to win the game! Unbelievable! The Spartans will dogpile in the outfield. What just happened? On the first pitch, Jack Anderson, a game-winning base hit up the middle, and the Spartans win.
University Spartans 13, WashU Bears 11. Thank you for attending today's ball game.
The final score is 12-11.
Sunday, May 5th at 1 p.m.
12-11.
John Carroll. Travel home safe.
Case Western Reserve with the win. Jack Anderson. What a game, folks. Unbelievable. The Spartans come from a 7-run ninth inning deficit and win. Unreal. What a game. What an inning. What a team. My gosh. The Bears fall to 24-15-1 on the year. The Spartans get their 30th win of the season. That matches the most they've had in a regular season in program history. Spartans now 30-9 on the year. In UAA play, the Bears end the season at 8-7-1. Case Western Reserve improves to 13-3. They match the record for most wins in a UAA campaign. The winning pitcher, Tyler Stilson. My hands are shaking. Stilson 6-0. The losing pitcher is Minarvik, and he falls on the year to 0-1. The Spartans, who came into the ninth trailing by 7, win 12-11. They score 8 runs in the inning. Unreal, folks. Well, if you're not feeling good about this team right now, you're not feeling it all. What a game. Final score 12-11. Case Western Reserve wins. We'll be back next week with you for the finale here, joined by President Kaler, who will be on the broadcast. Everyone, it's been unbelievable. I'm John Schwartz. 12-11. Case Western Reserve gets the win. We'll see you next week. Take care, everyone.